Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I'm going to be playing some Planet Zoo now that my mic actually works. There was a little bit of dramatics back at the time that this stream was actually supposed to start, in that I tried to turn on my mic and say hi, and nothing happened. But it has been fixed now. I should be audible, and everything should be copacetic. And so let's get some work done over here at Nocturne Zoo, where I'm going to put in an owl enclosure. Now, the main thing here is that because of all the dramatics, I just don't know which owl to put in here. I don't want to put in the snowy owls, because I've got the very tropical night monkeys right next to it, so I think I either want to put in the short-eared owl here or the barn owl. I think maybe the short-eared owl is what I want here. Oh, why is climbing enabled on this? Oh, that's terrible. Turn that off. Okay, so let's just remove everything that isn't the short-eared owl. Like that. Let's not look at what the owls are made of. Okay, so we'll take away the owls. The one complaint I would have about this workshop set is the fact that the owls and the thing that the owls are on are different objects, so it's going to be a little tricky. But yes, okay, so we've got the short-eared owl here, and according to my notes, that lives on prairie, tundra, savanna, meadow, worldwide, everywhere except Australia and Antarctica. So that's a whole thing. Question is, do I want to make this enclosure sorta like this one? Or do I want to make it different? I think I want to make it a little bit different, but thematically similar. I mean, whoop! I've got to stop backing into the red pandas, is what I've got to stop doing. Okay, I need architecture, walls. I think I will skip the bamboo for this. Let's see. Should I use the conservation walls? I'm not sure. I think I can make it work, though. Let's see. Where's my... Well, let me just pop that down like that. And then grid size. Let's take that down to 1 meter. And I seem to have put 2 together here because I'm very smart. Okay. And color. Let's see. I think a brownish color, but not this really cardboardy color that it is already. oranger, I think. Let's see. You know, I think that will do. Now, why did the grid size reset? I think maybe that this is not going to be a square enclosure. Which is gonna make putting a roof on it a little interesting, but let's just take this down here. There we go. And actually, I'm gonna exit just for the moment because I don't want this wall to be quite so tall. Let's use these people as a judge. Well, we might as well use the children as a judge, I guess. There. And like that. Yeah, that works for me. Then back here, what is this? 1 by 2. Yeah, that should be just about perfect. I have random rotation on, don't I? Yes, I do. I'm very smart. And copy this color. And paste that color. Line it up like that. And like that. And why is it lower here than it is there? Where did I go wrong? Ah, that's where I went wrong. I see. Okay. I didn't have it set to world axis. That was where the problem lay. So when I do this, that should line up, yes. And then you just bring this here like this. And I'm going to cover up the weird line by doing that. Yeah. Okay. And then yeah, okay, I want some mesh. So I'm just gonna pull up metal here because I can never remember what the stuff is called, and I don't have it favorited because I'm very foolish, maybe? Maybe? Probably. I've got this cute covered wagon now, but that's let's see, where is that mesh that I want? Do I want the square or the diamonds for this? I think I want the diamonds. Not 2 by 2. Oh, I do have it favorited. Oh. That was smarter than I thought. Okay, and we're going to adjust this to a lighter color, like that. I'm just gonna pop that down there like that for now. Because I need columns. Back to the walls. I don't remember if the conservation set actually has anything that can be used as pillars. They don't really. But I can use this, I think. Like that. And like this. Yeah. And then this goes in here. It is a pity about the center column being so thick, but let's let's just nudge this down just a little bit like that. And then duplicate here. And rotate. Like that. And like that. Excellent. And then this gets to be a solid wall. And here. And back there. And then this becomes one of these. I'll just line that up nicely. And then bring it over here. Because we know that's the right height now, we just need to get it lined up properly. This way. That's not right, is it? Oh, maybe it is. Nope, no it's not. Like that. Whoop. And like that. And then we have the basic box. Now, obviously there's still a bit of detail work to be done on this box. We can't have the chain just sort of floating in the middle of the concrete like this. And of course there needs to be a keeper door, which I think I'm gonna put here. And there needs to be a railing along here to keep people from like leaning their faces directly into. Actually, it should extend along here as well as a just in case. So let's just take care of that first. Nothing I can do about that outside corner, but if I adjust the lamp post, it will look like it's on purpose. So, Once again, leave the conservative pack into favorites. Oh, that's the little one. I want the 4-meter one. Yes, thank you. And let's lighten this up as well. Not much I can do about the modeling, though. Oh well. Alright. We just bring this marquee beam in here. Center it on the mesh. Squish it into the wall a little. There. Like that. The main pity here is that the corners are rounded on this rather than square, but and like that. Yep, okay. And we bring it over here. Likewise, center it on the mesh. Squish it into the wall. We all take a moment to be glad that I only did 4 of these windows. Although I think I'm going to mesh the roof as well, which is going to be, well, more of this, but I will cross that bridge when I come to it. Like that. Okay, and then just rotate this 90 degrees. We know it's already centered, so I just have to adjust the height a little. Like that. And like that. Bring this up here. I'm going to make it thicker up here to compensate for the rounded windows. So it'll be like that. And then I just do the same thing on the other side. I just realized that I had not unpaused the game. I should do that. There we go. Now we get some crowd noise. There we go. Beautiful. And door. I need a door. I need a very plain door. One that doesn't light up. Yeah, see, it fits there perfectly. So we squish this a little into the wall. And bring it down to ground level. Or as close to ground level as I can make my brain work with. Okay, like that. Then flip it around 180 degrees. Why is that so different on the inside than the outside? Oh, it's because the walls are so thick. Okay. We'll do it like this. Okay. Okay, we're not going to be perfectly optical illusioning this because it's just not gonna work. Or will it? I mean, I wouldn't want to use a door that close to the wall. I think maybe I should put the door here instead. We'll take it over here. Whoop! Over here. We'll put it in this wall instead because I'm going to be able to make that work with my brain better. Like that. Rotate. I can make my brain work with the fact that the handles end up on different sides of the door, but I cannot make my brain work with the door is in different spots. So there we go. Very barren. Very, very barren. But getting there, getting there. Okay, and I want fence. I don't really want to build my own railing here, so I'm gonna see if I can find a nice one. Maybe? No. No. might work for me. I do want a metal fence rather than a wooden one. Not a big fan of the aquatic fence for this particular application. And I know the Australian fences are just a bit too rusted for my needs. The European cast iron, little too fancy. Yeah, let's go back to the very basic fencing that the rustic fence, which does have the advantage of being flexicolor. So I do want this to be like fairly steel. So let's go with that. And then the posts a slightly darker color. Yeah, that kind of matches with the marquee beams. I'll just squish this down because I don't feel like we need more than a rung or two. Like that, I think. Yeah. And like that. Just gonna do like that just for the moment. And then we take all of those and we adjust them okay, like that. So that is just inside and just inside. Yes, good. Okay. And then we'll just take this one and tuck it in just a little so that it's inside. Like that. Nice. Then we take the lot of them. We say a little prayer. Hallelujah, the prayer has been answered. It didn't go all wonky. So I can just rotate this like that. And like that. Ta-da! Nice. And that's to make people keep a little bit of a distance from the owls, while also providing an unobstructed view. Whoops, pandas. Okay. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well here. Okay. And then I need a sign Now, I used one of those for the night monkeys, and I think that that's the right sign for the owls as well. So I just need to find it. I think it's a new world. Yeah, new world editable. Yeah, that's it. Inside or outside? You know what? Outside. I'm gonna squish it in a little bit. And up a little bit. And sort of center it like that. And then that sign text should say short-eared owl. And we'll take a moment. It's very similar to the I do want to gonna redden that up just a little. And yeah, sure, why not? Just like that. And then I'm going to try and use the double trick that I did before. I need a really small... yeah, like that I think should work. I can only advertise with that, I can't teach. Okay. It'll have to be a habitat board then. Don't love using the habitat boards just because they're so big, but... okay, we're going to educate about the timber wolf with this board. And then tuck it away. And we're also going to be declaring this a vista point, which I'm going to be naming short-eared owl, so that when people are admiring, they'll be admiring the short-eared owl. Like so. But they'll also be receiving education about the timber wolves. Admittedly, I've put this in early because what they're admiring right now is not very admirable. But I will fix that. What problem do we have here? What do you mean too far from the timber wolves? They're right over there. Okay, fine. They won't receive education. They'll just have a vista point. I'm ashamed that they're, you know, admiring this right now. Okay, let's start with... I don't think this will fit, which is a pity. Let's go with this one because I see that it has a couple of nice flat branches, so duplicate that. Bring it over in here. This. And let's rotate this a little. Yeah, that branch should be just about perfect. A little low, but perfect. So then we take our owl. We seat it nicely on this branch. And, kind of like a second one, so let me just... Where's another good branch? You know what? Let's just let's put it up here. Like that. I need to do something about those beams sticking through, but so yeah, then we've got a couple of owls. And this can go away. Okay, okay, we're good. Okay, we need biome. Let's see, grassland. Let's see. Savanna is not a specific one on here. Prairie, tundra, savanna, meadow. So, grassland, tundra? Let's try those for now. I don't want to use too many trees for this. Especially since most of the trees for these things are quite a bit larger than the enclosure that I am trying to put them in. Oh, but the fig tree is nice. I like the fig tree. It's nice and fluffy, but it's also small. I'm just adjusting it around to make sure that it doesn't stick out. So I've got a nice fig tree in the back that we can pretend they hide in. Let's skip the ghost gum tree. I think the hookthorn acacia, yeah, the acacia is way too large. Marula is also a bit too big. As is the Mapingo. Yeah, the Ombu is also too big, although it's a very nice tree. Lovely fluffy trees. Oh, we could give them a little river bush willow. Probably actually use it as a bush though. Let's bring this like that. Let it stick out through the wire just a little bit. Yeah, I like that. Don't like how it's sticking through the wall though. Let's just... I am gonna need to light my owls. Oh, I also have burrowing owls. I'd forgotten about that. Do I have a spot where I can put the burrowing owls? You know what, if I put the burrowing owls in this corner... Okay. We'll remove the mealies. Actually, I would have room for both, now that I think about it. I'll have to pull up the mealies again. There they are. So yeah, we have two kinds of owls on this corner. That'll work nicely. Back to what I was doing. Because it feels bad to have people admiring a vista for a incomplete... Can I turn that off, actually? No, I can't. That's a pity. Okay, well, that's fine, that's fine. Back to find small trees. Like an acacia sapling. That would work nicely, yes. Actually, maybe that won't work so nicely. No, actually, I don't think that's gonna work all that good. Okay, let's adjust the terrain a bit here. Alright, and the same trick as I used with the monkeys. How big is this? That's a little large. That's a little deep. You know what? Let's go with the deep. Right around here. Like that. And then, let's see, theme, fence, flag, general, archway, decal, souvenir. General? Do I have anything that looks like meat that I can put in here? The answer is no, I don't think so. I'm certainly not going to give the owls apples. That's just mean. And I don't really want to be arranging art shapes. Like, preferably I would have something that looks like a mouse, but I think all I have are veggies. I also have decorative eggs, but I'm not going to be giving them a nest. If they have a nest, then it's hidden back here where nobody can see, and I'm just not going to think about it. And besides, nobody else in this zoo gets to have babies. Why should the owls? No, I don't seem to have anything that looks like mice or meat or anything like that. What a pity. Oh well. I mean, I could give them a spider or a frog, but there are certain people who would not forgive me for that, and they may well come by the stream, so I'm not gonna. Well, I guess they just get an empty food bowl for now. It's fine. Okay, back to giving them something. And yeah, this is probably a job for the buffalo grass, so... Get the medium stuff in here. Okay, that's a bit of buffalo grass. That's good. Not caribou moss, I think. No, I don't want to be outside. I want to be inside. Let me stay in. I want to be in. I'm part of the in crowd, darn it. Oh man, this is... I mean, I had a good reason for starting with the big tree, but man, why did I have to start with the big tree? I kind of want some flowers, but... Do I have anything other than the goldenrod, please? Well, I've got the Labrador teas, but they're a little lush for what I've been doing here. Corn, no. Nettles. Well, I kind of like the idea of that, actually. I'll sink the nettles a little. Yeah, just sort of run the nettles along here. And they can sort of be like an owl deterrent, right? Right? Still doesn't provide me with flowers. We have oxeye daisies. No, I don't think so. We do have periwinkle. But I don't really feel like covering the whole thing in periwinkle. Oh, but the red poppies. I think I can make that work. Sink the red poppies just a bit so that they're not quite so fluffy. That. And you know, whoop. Let's grab like you. Too far. Now bring you over here. Yeah, okay, okay. Now, is any part of that sticking out through a wall? No. Okay. Do have to readjust the food container now. Let's see. Let's bring this up here. like that. Yes, I know there are no suitable species nearby. Yeah, that's good. So, I'm gonna do some height reduction here, I think. Much better. Yeah, I'm liking this. Admittedly, not as lush as the monkeys, but it shouldn't be as lush as the monkeys anyway. Okay. Let's get back into this group. And I'm gonna turn off my light. Yep, see, owls not visible. So, we need some light. This is definitely way too bright. And quite possibly too large. But it does kind of cover both owls, so let's try and make it work. Oh, why are the dogs going insane right now? Let's see, kind of like that. And the owls are still lit up. Okay. I want to bring this inside so that we're not lighting up the outside wall with it. And bring it down just a little so that it's like inside underneath. That's got the owls pretty well lit up. Let's double check the light. Yeah, that's gonna have to do. Alright. Okay, now I need to get a roof on this thing. Which means I am gonna turn angle snap back on. How to do this? I kinda need a roof with either a skylight or that is mesh. I think I want some metal beams. Would they be in here? That's aircon, not quite what I'm looking for. The marquee beams are too slender for what I'm looking for here. I do believe I have a winner. I need to turn my lights back on though. Okay, whoa! Flashbang! Okay, turn off random rotation. Okay, I want the large 4 meter. And we definitely want a darker color here. Like that, I think. Like this. How do I center this by any way but eye? I guess I can only center it by eye. Great. Okay, like that. Admittedly, my owls should have escaped long, long ago at this point. Okay, basically center that. Like that. And like that. Whoa, too far. That. Like that. Eyeball that centered. I've not actually made a roof like this before. I've only seen other people doing it, so I'm going by guess and by golly here. But what I want to do is to put a peaked mesh fence roof on this place. Although, maybe that's not the right choice. Maybe I should be putting a flat roof on here. That would actually be a little easier with what I'm doing here. roof would definitely be easier, I think. Like that. I'm not going to leave the corners like this. I'm just doing it like this for my own convenience right now. Now, the main question becomes, is a 1 meter enough? Not quite. So it's gonna have to be some weird thing of a 2 meter. Which I will fix later. Okay, it's centered that way. It's centered that way. And center it like that. And like that. And like this. Just keep going around, corner finding, corner finding. And like that. Yeah. And then what I can do is go around and tuck these posts in. So that we have nice, beautiful corners. Like that. And this is a little bit of extra work, but I find that doing it this way just ends, like, you end up with a finished quality that is better than if you like just try and do it perfectly the first time around. And I'm already nearly done anyway. That. And like that. One more corner? Oh, I missed one. Hold on. Oh, I see. I see how it is. One moment here. I used the big one here, and I shouldn't have. I should have used this one instead. So that I could properly tuck the corners. Like that. Okay, take that away. Tuck that in there. Tuck that in there. And now we have beautiful clean corners all the way around. Now, this part is going to be tricky. Like the part where there's the window is going to be tricky because I don't think I need the full 2 meters here. But I don't have a lot of room to tuck. So, well, I'm gonna try anyway. Now, let me find my fence. And I'm gonna need the smaller ones. Now, let's see, where's the 2 meter? That's 0.5. 2 by 1. 2 by 2. 4 by 2. Like that. And like that. And then the same thing here. Now I like to overlap just a bit to make sure that I'm nice and smooth. And we take this here. Oh, right, I can't use this panel there, but I can use it here. So we'll basically center it here. Like that. And like that. Bring it over here. Now I'm not going to bother using the smaller bar on the upper area here. I just don't feel like it's necessary. Like that. Okay. Now I will need... Oh, no wait, that's the wrong one. This one. To go in here. And yeah, it's just a little bit too wide for this section, so we need to go down to 2 by 1 and rotate. Like this. Tuck that in there like that. And like that. Okay. Then we go around and grab all of the base beams. Whoop. And just the base beams. Do I have all of them? I believe so. Okay. And then we bring those straight up. Like this. And I realize I need to move this panel. Like that. Yeah, like that. Okay. Now, for really strict realism, I ought to be putting the little metal inside here, but I'm not going to. Also, what is this doing here? I don't remember putting that there. Okay, beautiful. Now for the really tricky part. Okay, let's take this. Oh, too far. Yep, there we go. And we bring it up. Like that. And like this. You just leave that there like that for just a moment. Take these. Okay, that would go across there like that. And according to this mesh panel, kind of like this. Yep. Okay, then I'm gonna take these. This goes like this. And then these here. Kinda like I'm ignoring the window at this point, but I shouldn't be. So yeah, I was supposed to be using the mesh to measure, so by the mesh it goes like this. That feels really large now, though. But yeah, according to the way that I built this box, this is the way that that the beams for the roof portion go. I'm not going to ask me questions because I'm just going to cry. Like that. And yes, I am putting on the mesh now, just kind of ignoring the beams, because the beams, yeah, they're for show. They're entirely for show. let's do this way. Like so. And you know what? That clearance is fine. I did think I was gonna sink the roof a little, but I think actually I feel alright about this. Yeah, alright. And that is the short-eared owl. And we're just going to take a little dirt. And very... and make that, you know, sort of the walking path for the keepers there. And the people are admiring my owls. The pity is you can't hide vista points. So while I could put this inside the enclosure, I can't put it underground. It's very freaky how at certain angles the mesh just disappears. Or did I... oh. It's not that at certain angles the mesh disappears, it's that I moved the mesh. I didn't... Oopsie. Hold on, my owls are going to escape. I do not know how I managed to do that, but I can fix the problem. I can fix the problem. There. Now my owls won't escape. These are non-escaping owls now. How did I do that? But yes, when you make enclosures like this that are that don't have a real animal in them to attract people. Vintage Gamer, hello! Welcome to the stream. Very nice to meet you. But yes, when you have an enclosure with a not real animal or something like that, using the vista so that people actually come and look at the animal really works well. Like, people come and admire my gray-bellied night monkeys. Call me vintage, my father was gamer. Oh, well, you don't want to be called Mr. Gamer? But yes, so the vista points make it so that people actually come and have a look at, you know, the thing that you have put there. And I'm just going to scooch this into the corner so that it looks deliberate, so that I don't have to figure out some other way to fill in that corner. There we go. Whoop. Now I keep backing up into the red pandas Which also reminds me, are they actually getting use out of their grazer? Yes, yes they are. Okay. So it was just the pandas, sorry, it was just the porcupines. It was just the porcupines. I'll take it. I was recommended to check out this stream by Mia. Oh, yes, Mia. I remember Mia. Very fondly. We watch each other's streams. But yes, I have been working on this zoo that is only open at night and that only has nocturnal animals in it for several months of Mondays now. And it's gotten fairly expansive. It's definitely nowhere near close to done, as it is easy to tell when I pull out this far. But I've got it. I've got this going pretty well. I've mainly been concentrating on this portion of the zoo over here, which I'm calling the eastern section. Just trying to get it more or less finished out. Liking the night zoo life. Yes, well... Oh, thank you very much for the follow there, Vintage. You've made an excellent choice, since that does give you access to some of the cutest follower emotes on Twitch, and also allows you to earn channel points just that much faster towards my glorious rewards. But yes, this is Nocturne Zoo. The spectacular zoo only open at night because I can't build normally. I have to make it hard mode for myself by building only at night with just the cursor light. And this is my welcome sign, of course, and my castle. I started this zoo in October as a spooky project, so there's still some remnants of the spookiness around, like the fact that we have an entrance castle, and the fact that it's a nocturnal zoo. Actually, enjoy the creepy emoji. Yes, I love Kirby as well. I will never be able to stream it because I don't own any new Kirby games. And I don't have a streamer card for the old ones that I have, so but I adore the Kirby games. It's the only platformer that I actually love. So over here we have the entrance food court, which has waves of popularity. And we have the main station for my train over there. Over here we have my beloved grizzly bears. Who are doing an excellent job of sleeping right in front of the train window. Well done, guys. Whoop. Over here we have the arachnid house, which I went to a great deal of difficulty to build to look like an actual house. Super nice courtyard. Thank you! I have built the majority of this stuff from scratch or by modifying things that I've gotten from the workshop, so... Tell me one of the grizzlies' names, Yogi? No, actually. Let's see. There's the female. She's still got her default name. That's Caprice. And over here we have Brian, which was named for a very specific reason. I do have a channel point reward for renaming animals or zoo staff. And I unfortunately was not able to give them any picnic baskets. I was informed that they were bad for bears, so I had to give them this fire hose ball instead, and I believe there's a absolutely destroyed cardboard box around here somewhere, but I'm not sure exactly where I put it anymore. It was a long time ago. But yes, we have the lovely grizzly bear enclosure, and of course the arachnid house, which has all... This house contains all of the arachnids currently available in the game, all housed together in this lovely ranch-style home. The scorpions are over in this corner, and then the rest are all spiders and tarantulas. Whoop. And over here, I have my kiwi birds, who may or may not be in their burrow right now. Oh, nope. They are posing for the train. Good job, guys. See, it's great news. You'll have to check that out. Who said that? Only you can prevent forest fires. Well, yes, that's what the fire hose ball is for, right? Preventing fires, not for chewing on, right? Just over here, next to the train station, are my badger bachelor trio, who are probably all in their burrow. Yeah, they all of them are in the burrow except for Zenjin here. But yeah, there he goes. Bye. Now they're all underground. Yep. So, whoop. Yeah, they're EP. Did I turn off my light by doing that? Yes, I did. Okay. So, and then over here, this is actually one of my most proud accomplishments, but we have to go through the grizzlies. We have the cave for the grizzlies, which comes through here and becomes the tunnel for the train. And on the other side of the train tunnel, we have here my bats. Hide away in the hidey holes. Exactly, yes. The burrow animals really do enjoy their burrows. They just live up in there. But yes, we have the bats in the bat cave here, with the train and the grizzlies. Like, all three of them are sharing this lovely mountain that I built with my own two hands. So, I built a mountain. And then over here we have my saltwater crocodiles. And our man who someday may be renamed Big Boy because he was very difficult. Their resting area is up here. And making this ramp so that Tree here could actually use it was an absolute nightmare. But still, I rather like how the enclosure ended up. And the crocodiles do seem to be quite happy with it. Where's your girlfriend, Tree? Where's your lady? Where did you eat her? Oh no, wait, there she is. She's much, much smaller than he is. Looks like it was a lot of work. Great Deku of trees. Oh, well. Well, when we come over here, we have my tapirs. The guests really enjoy how close and personal they can get with the tapirs. And of course, what I was working on in this area, where I have, unfortunately, some animals that aren't so real. We have the gray-bellied night monkeys in here. And I just finished the enclosure here for the short-eared owl. And on the other side from them, we have the red pandas. I'm very proud of this particular enclosure because I built all the climbing, the whole climbing frame I built myself. And it can be really difficult to get these things to connect together in a way that the animals use it without, well, as we can see, sometimes it's easier than others. Zoe, well, But yes, we have the red pandas in here. And what I'm using the not real animals to fill in around, we have timber wolves in here. In my very special enclosure. Hashtag conservation. Yes, this is the timber wolf enclosure, and in here we have like this little mound in the middle. This is their feeding tray, so when they're fed, there is a panoramic view of wolves chowing down for people. But they're all perfectly safe. It's nice glass walls. But yeah, it amused me to build the paths in that particular configuration. And you can hear the wolves for quite a distance. And over here, one of the projects in progress that's starting to get towards completion. This is the snake garden here. We have here the witch's hut with the brats and brews as a rest area. I'm very... Yes, I did name them myself. And out here in the garden, which is what I have been spending quite a few streams working on, we have the enclosures with all of the snakes that are currently available in Planet Zoo. Let me just say it's been such an amazing tour. Thank you very much, Vintage. I know that Mia generally talks up how nice my voice is and how well I read, but I don't have a lot to read for the Planet Zoo stuff, so... And we have a fox statue that I put in to fill in space. I did not build that. I got it from the workshop. I just made sure that it was lighted perfectly. Like my finest brats. Well, there's a whole bunch of them around the zoo. Despite the fact that it's like midnight, people keep bringing their children. So I'm sure we can find one and roast them up for you. But yeah, through here we have the whole garden, and I have the all the snakes through here. It's still in progress. There's still some areas like this one here that aren't quite finished. I do it a section at a time so that I don't end up doing it all by rote, so it all looks nice. We have the train running through here. We have a few more sections that I have finished in here and a few more that I haven't finished yet. I will be filling in at least one of these sections today. I try to do at least one area per stream in the hopes of someday finishing in here. But the good news is that with the snake garden, there is more finished than unfinished in here. And then they are on the outer edge of the zoo here, so this is kind of what I'm using as filler on the outside edge just to mark it. There's still more stuff that goes in over there, so basically this is the kind of map that I started with here. I had this, and I had some guest spawners, and I have built everything else. So and over here at this far edge of the zoo we have my Arctic foxes. So far the only foxes in the zoo, but that will change. There are 3 foxes that are available in Planet Zoo, and I will be adding all 3 of them, but so far only the Arctic foxes are residents here, as they're just living their best life out here in their very strangely shaped enclosure. Snake garden has to be favorite. Well, yeah, I have definitely poured the largest amount of work into the snake garden so far, even though it's not yet finished. And then around back here, this is my eastern train station. of which I am particularly proud of all these little crenellations on the roof. But yeah, this is the second train station. There's plans for 4, but I've only built 2 of them so far because, you know, still in progress. And next to the train station we have my skunks. Remarkably popular little beings. I have no idea how people are actually seeing them. But I went a little nuts with the flowers in here, and I think it looks really nice. Train station very well. Each building. Yes. I don't want to keep building the same thing over and over again. With the exception of the staff buildings all use the same basic plan, so that those are homogeneous, sorta. But the enclosures and everything, they're built to order. And here we have the African wild dogs, which I feel that not enough people who play Planet Zoo actually have the African wild dogs in their zoo. I think they're gorgeous. I feel like they are really slept on by the general zoo, Planet Zoo playing population because they are so pretty. Although this guy seems to really want to show me their butt. Why do you want to show me your butt? I don't know. Anyway, we'll get out of Critter Cam. But yeah, the African wild dogs are in here. They've got a lovely, massive grassland to run around in. After Paul eventually will complain that, you know, Sam gets to work at the front with the nice coffee maker. Yeah. Well, that can happen, certainly. But yeah, actually in between the African wild dogs and the wolverines, this is the design that I use for the staff buildings. So they all generally end up looking like this, although the layout changes from building to building, depending on what I need to put there and what configuration I'm working with and all that sort of stuff. So this one, it's just a staff room and a keeper hut, so it's not very big, it's just sort of tucked in. It is nice and cozy, yes. Over here we have the wolverines, and I spared nothing when it came to making their enclosure. It makes them very difficult to see, but they are fabulously happy in here. Oh, there's one of them now. Both the Wolverines are being renamed. Ah, yes, this is Patrick Swayze. But yes, I am Canadian, so I had to put the Wolverines in. See a castle out in the distance? Ah, you have arrived partway through the tour. Yes. Well, I do have a channel point reward for renaming animals and staff members. So I renamed one animal, which is our lovely Brian the bear. For very personal reasons, that bear's name is Brian. But any other animal that has been renamed by a viewer. Over here we just have a little rest area that's set up, and then we have the building where I keep my African crested porcupines. This is a place in the mountains, so it's not as warm as it could be, so for my desert animals I decided to build them a building that I could heat properly. So we have this lovely building that I built for the porcupines, and if we just sort of slot ourselves through the wall and make sure to stay under the ceiling, this is the viewing area for the porcupines, and then my girls are in here. All of my porcupines are girls, and I'm just trying to find... Oh, there we are! Berry Lord is another one of my renamed animals. She's a very happy porcupine. Love the ceiling lights. Thank you! I sort of set it up so that I could, like, it was sort of a starry sky inside. And it was a little bit of work getting it all together like this. Basically, I put a bunch of lights on a ceiling panel, and then I kept rotating the ceiling panel as I put it in. But the end result ended up being really nice. Just a gosh dang second, did I hear you? Or from the I am. I am Canadian born and raised, although I am from Toronto, so who knows how that counts. Whoop. Tell you about the fact that you love this igloo wear. Ah, fellow Canadian, hi. Over here I have my lake, which, lucky you, I just did last stream. Last stream the lake became a proper lake instead of a dead body of water. So that turned out really nicely. And there's a sort of a bridge and a little resting place right over the water here, so it's beautiful. And of course, back around to the castle. This is actually the entrance area of my zoo. It's one of the first things that I built in the zoo. And in here, we have a nice fountain. We have some ticket booths. And if we go down these hallways, there and there are the guest enter and exit spawners. So this is where the guests enter and leave the zoo. Please stop walking through the walls while I'm giving a tour. It has dungeon vibes inside. Yeah, it does a little bit. I fully admit I started building this zoo in October. It was supposed to be a spooky zoo, but I didn't even get close to finishing before the end of October. So it became just the Nocturnal Zoo, but there's still definitely some spooky vibes that are just sort of hanging around. So this is my Nocturnal Zoo that is only open at night and only has nocturnal animals or animals that switch off, which is most predators. So that's how that turned out. And the main station here for my train. And the train, the zoo is unfinished, so the train is a bit, it goes through the wilds of nowhere. But the parts of the zoo that are done, like I've been working very hard, mostly on the eastern section of the zoo lately. Just getting that done. And I think... Always the meme in Planet Zoo. You start a new zoo and 2 weeks later you're almost finished with the entrance and deciding on the first animal. Yep. You know rarely where Dufferin County is. I do know vaguely where Dufferin County is, but only vaguely. I'm afraid I'm a non-driver, so I don't make it out of the city much. You know what? I was going to do something with these alpine phacelias in this little section here. So let me turn off my biomes. I need something that goes with the alpine phacelia. There's where I am, so say an hour-ish north. Yep, that's about where Dufferin was in my mental map. Yes. Okay. I have a vague idea of what you're talking about. I don't think... No, the bearberry is too low-lying. What about my ferns? What were they called? I think the ferns and the phacelia have very similar leaves. I could probably make this work, but not with this clump of bracken. This clump of bracken is too big. Okay, turn on random rotation. You know what? Bracken 4 is about the right size. And Bracken 2 should be an assist. Yes, okay. And we'll just move this over here. Spooky Park can be spooky any part of the year because every month is spooky in my world. Yeah, well, with my family, I have to, like, take a break from the spooky for Christmas. But spooky is definitely my preferred vibe to the spooky is a better vibe than Christmas. Okay, I think if I'm going to be doing the Phacelia and the Bracken, I think I'm going to need to lay out some dirt. So let's just get some dirt in here. Trying not to get too close to the edges because this path starts to look really weird if there's not grass nearby to it. There we go. Okay, so take this, shove it into the ground like that. And we'll just start laying out some bracken. See, I get to the point in college, since my parents were the same way, I full-on decorated our tree one year and my dorm was little bats. Yeah, I get it, I get it. But the thing is, my mother is one of those people who is crazy for Christmas, so... Let's see, how much can I get away with here? Not much. Oh, this is gonna take a long time if I'm gonna have to do it all with the little ones. Okay, let's bring this down to about the same level. There we go. Okay. You know, I might be doing this in the wrong order. I should maybe actually... Hold on. Let's put the flowers in and then fill around. Whoop! Now, I've been allowing myself to go pretty nuts with the snake garden and not paying attention to whether or not the plants would actually grow together or whether they even belong to the same biome. So things are looking very unusual in the snake garden, it must be admitted. But, you know, it's a witch's garden. That was the original plan, is that this is the witch's garden. So, you know, it makes perfect sense eventually. I need a smaller alpine Phacelia. Let's see here. ALP. This is a large. Let's go down to a medium. See what I can do with the medium. I would prefer not to use the small because that's basically like one plant and that would take a really long time. But yes, I have found with Planet Zoo, when you're outside of a habitat, the main thing is like really filling but not going overboard with your variety exactly. Like, choose things that have a similar sort of feeling to them, a similar sort of look. Like this Facella and the Bracken looking very much the same. Come on, get in there. Alright. We'll squish you right down so that you're the right level. There you go. And then I just fill in holes. As frankly, the zoo guests do not care what things look like. They mostly care about density. So if you get a lot of density in, they're like, oh, this is so beautiful, whether or not it's actually beautiful. Hate to dine and dash, but you're it's great to be recommended your channel by me, and definitely be by another day when you stream again. Unfortunately, got to get going. Ah, yes, I see. Well, have a lovely night, Vintage. I hope that you sleep well, since I suspect that might be what you're dashing off for. It was very nice meeting you tonight. But yeah, I'm the one who cares about how things look. The zoo guests, they only care about how much stuff I've managed to cram into one place. Particularly plants. They're very into plants. But also, it just looks better if you cover up a lot of the grass and stuff with lovely growing things. And frankly, it's more realistic if some stuff actually pokes out onto the path. Now, let's see here. As I didn't expect this area to take too terribly long because it is so tiny. But yeah, I do find that the path edges can be kind of stark if you don't do something about it. So this is kind of my way of doing something about it. Okay. I don't think I had enough stuff overhanging on this side, so let me just, I'll just grab one of these. Yeah, I feel kind of better about that. But yeah, I do find that one gets a lot further using multiple plants to fill in an area than just trying to use a singular plant. Like here, combining the purple flowers with the ferns ends up working out really nicely. Over here, there's actually like 3 different kinds of plants here. Because I've got carpet moss, I've got Labrador tea flowers, and I believe that's, yes, Niteria retusa, all combined together to become this bit here. And there are so many children. Why are there so many children? This zoo is open very late at night. Why are you bringing your children? I'm judging you people, not the tour guide. The tour guide's doing his job. I'm judging the lot of you, especially since you can't navigate around each other. Look at this. This is what happens when you bring a pack of children. They get all up into other people's business. But yes, bit by bit, I am filling in all of the grass in the snake garden with various plants. I'm still not 100% certain what to do with this area of grass, although I do like the bush and the tree that I have going on here, but decisions can be very hard. It's a lot of details for non-habitat areas. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's that I can actually put more detail into non-habitat area than I can into habitat area. I did not turn off the I am playing in sandbox, but I didn't turn off the animal needs. So like, whoop, if I scooch over here, to the skunks, which is another place that I went a little. I did use quite a few plants here. Where are you? Oh, there you are, all the way in the back. So, I have a lot of coverage on these. Always end squeezing in habitats. Yeah, for me, I build the habitats first, and then I fill around them. So there was no room for a habitat around here, so I just filled it in. These are actually trees. The yellow ipe trees make some excellent, cover a lot of ground bushes when you sink them deep enough. So, and because I'm in sandbox mode and have unlimited money, I don't have to worry about how much space I'm taking up. So yeah, what I do is I build the habitat and then I fill in around the habitat. So the one that's in progress right now, like the timber wolves here, #conservation, I'm still working on filling in around them. So I built the habitat and then I started building the things around the habitat. So we have the false enclosures that I have here. We have a little shop and a toilet here. I will be putting in plants like through here. There's another false enclosure that's going to be going here. There's actually a whole nother habitat that's going in over here as soon as I figure out where to move these trees to. You know, that sort of thing. This is the unfinished edge of the zoo, so you can kind of see how things happen. Like right here, these staff buildings, I've basically decorated up to there, but since I haven't filled in over here yet, it's just empty. So it's all about the order that you do things in. Like for me, this area of the zoo, where the castle is, with the moat and this courtyard, the first train station, those were all very rigidly planned. Like I knew exactly how I was going to be laying this out. But since then, I've just been pushing paths through as I feel like, and building around the paths and through the paths. Like here, I built a square building on a curved path, so I had to fill in this area, so I did. You know, that sort of thing. I haven't actually finished with decorating around the castle and the moat. I've had a little bit of difficulty figuring out what to do that won't occlude all the work that I did over here. So I do have that that I'm still considering. But that's the nice thing about Sandbox, is that I don't have to worry about how much land I'm taking up. I don't have to pay land tax. It's been very nice. So I've been putting through this river, but I haven't actually got really any plants on the river yet because I haven't finished it. It's not supposed to dead end like it is here. There's supposed to be a lake down here, just past the saltwater crocodiles, but I won't know exactly where to put the lake until I finish building more habitats over this side. But yeah, I think I will actually be putting in a real habitat today, because I do kind of have plans. Like this is the outer edge of the zoo over here. And I was thinking I would put a restaurant in here because I don't otherwise know how to deal with this ridiculous bridge that's going on here. So I'm just going to put a restaurant there and pretend that nothing's happening. And I'm going to put a habitat like along here with the restaurant like right in here. So actually, what I should do is grab a restaurant. This is not the right section to be grabbing a restaurant. Let's see. I need a naked restaurant. There we are. Now, I want the window to be facing the path. So let's turn off angle snap here. How can I do this without it ending up being really weird? See, I don't really like the idea of that path coming right off that bridge like that. That's unpleasant. So yeah, maybe we put this down here. Like this. Yeah, okay. Probably the best thing would be to try to put the restaurant in here, but I just couldn't get the look that I wanted, so... Also, it wouldn't connect properly. I could try again, I suppose. Like... I just think it might be too close to the... Oh, it's become a group now. Okay, let's just go back and grab a fresh restaurant so I can demonstrate, or so I can contemplate. Not demonstrate, contemplate. Like, I could put a restaurant like inside this bend. as I contemplate what would work for me better. I think it might be better to put a restaurant in here. Although that does bring up the question of then where do I put my possums? Make sure I've got the whole thing there. Yep, okay. Now this bit, I was kinda... Okay, you know what? We put the possums in here. And then there's going to be like a food court or something on the other side. Because I was thinking that I would put some food restaurants here, but then I realized there's no place for anyone to sit. So, yeah. Like, yes, there is going to be a restaurant over here, but over there is actually pretty far. Space is deceptive in these zoos. Okay, restaurant. Where? Oh, okay, there is the restaurant. Like that. Okay, then we can push seating out this way and maybe make a second floor. Yeah. I'd prefer that it be shorter than the Timberwolves. But... Okay, we put the restaurant there. And we put a habitat... Well, we're going to be putting more than one habitat in here, but... What I was thinking is I was going to be extremely cruel and terrible, and I would put the deer in right here, right by the Timberwolves, so that they'll be able to hear them forever. So let me see. How much space do the deer need? I have it written down here. I could actually, you know what? Let's use the Zoopedia so that the rest of you can see. I'm going to put the fallow deer in here because I'm only going to put in one kind of deer, and the fallow deer horns are just the best. Okay, so minimum size of 3, maximum size of 16. I don't think I want to put in a full 16. I do kind of want to take up a lot of space with them. Well, minimum size of 3, that's 450. Say, actually, let's go over here. Over here I have one of my favorite cheater things that I got from the workshop. They're glorious stuff. We have these lovely measuring. These are area squares, which are currently upside down because of my angle. But each of these contains a particular area, just to make things super easy. So if, say, I want 1,000 meters squared, which I might to fill in that space. We just copy this. Okay, I'm going to get closer to the ground so that I can actually move at a speed that exists. Alright. Come with me. Let's move it slightly faster than a crawl. Like, if I want a habitat that is 1,000 meters squared, but I didn't want it to be square, I wanted it to be rectangular. I need to move the trees. Okay. Come with me, guys. I am not going to be working on this area of the zoo for a really long time. I also need a staff area out here. Because... well, I have the wolves... I have the wolves off of this staff area, if I remember correctly. But to get over here is a pain in the butt, so I need to put down some staff buildings around here as well. What is my power situation like? Ah. Okay, so I need a staff room and a power situation, probably over here. Okay. Well, let's do this the simple way. Going to grab a transformer because I've mainly been using transformers. And because I basically want this to be the outer edge of the zoo, so I think maybe I want this over here because that allows for expansion this way. Let's try here. And let's see if I'm touching the train track. I am touching the train track. Okay. Scooch this way. And it's no longer touching the train track. Now, which way do I have this facing? Dang, I've got that far from the path. Okay, Okay, I know I'm going to be putting in like facilities and habitats around here. I wonder if I should be putting this on the other side of the train tracks instead of here. Yeah, actually. let's try there. It's not touching the tracks. We have a wiener. Which also means these trees can't be here either. How about you just hang out at the end of the river? This is still really far from the path, but I think I can work with this. Staff path, align to grid. Okay, that's pointing that away. And I need a staff room and a keeper hut over here. So let's put in a large keeper hut just because. Put that there like that. And a large staff room, because why not? Yeah, alright. Like that. Okay. Let's just get a staff facility built over that. Man, I didn't think it was going to be this much work to put in the deer. Nor did I think I was going to be working on that edge of the zoo so soon. Okay, nope, that is the wooden plank wall. I want to know... Tell me what's behind you. Too much stuff selected. Slightly fewer things selected at least. I just want to know what color the conservation wall under there is. Come on. Fine. Sheesh. Okay, copy that. Undo. Back to the goings-on over here. And conservation. And door, door, door. And make them that color. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Like that. Now, since I build all the staff buildings with the same design, it does make this part easier. Like that, yes. Okay, now I want the wood. I think it's near the bottom. No, wait, nope, that's bamboo. There it is. Wooden plank. We just squish that into the conservation wall. Whoops. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all. There we go. This is one of the things that I feel like the conservation walls are really good for reasons known mainly to the Planet Zoo dev staff. The conservation walls are considered to be particularly attractive. Which means that they're really good for putting around staff buildings and stuff. But they're also, they're a little, what's the right word? I find I'm not always the biggest fan of the horizontal, like having an entire building clad in these horizontal stripes. I don't love it, but putting the wood slat wall on top of the conservation wall, you just end up with this nice look, and you can just you can do things with that. Okay, actually there are staff buildings that are closer, so let me just go through the wolves over here. You are the wooden plank roof. And you are that color, thank you. Wooden plank roof, guys. Alright, back over. Over to roofs. Ah, here we are, wooden plank roof. And we want the 1 meter. In this color, which looks a lot more like wood, really. Oh. Edit this group. Just pop this on here. Oh. It's okay. I'll just do it like this. And then like this. And like that, and tuck an invert corner in there, and nice. Okay, and then I need the eaves. Like that. Oh, I don't know where that went, but I don't think it should be. Stop that. There. Yeesh. And don't forget to get the back. There we go. Oh, right. Yeah, that's the right thing, but random rotation off. Now, why are you... You're unpainted... Oh, it's unpainted timber. I need painted timber. Why didn't I have the painted timber? Let's see, it's somewhere in East Asia, I'm pretty sure. It's just like this piece I have here, except it's painted. Or should I use a round one? Oh, it's awfully thick. Yeah, one of these. Turn on angle snap. Just sort of squish this up into the roof. That's a mistake. Should be over here, under the eaves. Like that? Question mark? Close enough. If I make it the same color as the roof, will that be close enough? Yes, yes it will. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. And then we align the path to the grid. Now, why won't they connect properly with the power? That's so annoying. Well, I guess I'm just gonna... Like that. Okay. Okay, so what sort of negative impact on guests are we looking at here? Okay, okay. Okay, so if I put a food court in here, and then I can put a habitat in front? As I don't really want to extend the zoo terribly far that way, so that's why I'm thinking that way. But it's also... Okay, let's grab another square. I think that's a 500. Come on, I need to be able to see an arrow. Come on, give me an arrow. Gotcha. Come over here. Whoop. Come with me. Yeah, I think I have a plan. So like if I have a habitat that's basically occupying this area here and a food court over here, then the staff path can like come this way. Like this. Use a T-junction. Try to be as straight as possible. Like that. And then we have a little habitat in here. We have a food court in here. I can figure out the rest when I know where the lake is. Yeah. Okay, staff, work zones. Let's see here. I've got the Keeper Zone Main, Keeper Zone Northeast, that's the area I've been working in. Keeper Zone South, which is on the other side of the river. Keeper Zone Southeast. That's not the southeast anymore, is it? Hold on a moment. No, that's south. I wanted southeast. Keeper Zone Southeast. Whoop. Okay, yeah, that's not the south anymore, that's the middle. Okay. Keeper zone, south, middle. And so we need a new zone. That currently has just these two buildings in it. And this one would be Keeper Zone. This would be southeast. Yeah. Okay. That's also going to be a staff zone. Sorry, a vendor zone, but they get set up differently. Vendor group south. Vendor group. Okay, that's the south group. That is. Yeah, I'm just gonna create a vendor group southeast, I think. That's a staff room, and currently that restaurant. And that is vendor zone southeast. Why? One moment here. Oh, vendor group. Vendor group southeast. And whoever is on staff in this place. Hi, Amelia. You need to be in vendor group southeast. You're the only one in vendor group southeast. It's a very exclusive group right now. Well, it was an exclusive group until I started doing this. Okay. One new vendor. And I'm going to unpause long enough for you to land. Hello. Welcome to the world. You belong to vendor group southeast now. You are the person who's going to step in at the restaurant. Congratulations. And okay, while I am paused right now, what I'm going to do is I am going to take my break here. Just let me save the zoo. Because I have done quite a bit of work here so far. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to have a quick bio break. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned from my break, and so it is time to get back to work on this zoo. And I have plans, but I'm very scattershot about what order I'm actually doing anything in. But yes, I'm going to put the deer in here. I'm honestly not certain what's going to happen with this space at all. Heck, maybe I'll put... No, I shouldn't put the food court in there, not with the restaurant here. Decisions. Ah! So many decisions that are very hard to make. But yes, I'm going to put the deer in here. But speaking of the deer, let's just let time run a bit here, since I hate not being able to hear my timber wolves. Okay, let's see. I have 1,000 space. How many deer can I put in 1,000? Or just under 1,000? Oh, I see. The entire cadre. So if I build it just a bit bigger than 1,000, I can put 16 deer in there. That's a lot of deer. It's very tempting, though. And it would fill the space, kinda. I'm just going to mess around a little here. Grab this wall. And this wall. Because the thing about a 1,000 square meter is it's a little difficult for people to see. Actually, wait a minute. Let's not do it this way. Hold on. Maybe I do this in a slightly more sane way. Like we take this. Like this. And like that. See, basically what I want to do is make a habitat that hugs along here, but that isn't terribly deep so that people will still be able to see fairly well. So, actually, let's back this. Okay, it annoys me. This is a temporary measure, but facilities, bins, benches, and security, restaurant tables. I'm just going to attach some tables to this restaurant, just so that it might see some use while I'm doing all this building. Because otherwise it just kind of bugs me. Let's see here. Link these tables that I just smacked down there. Yes. There. I don't know if people are actually going to come to this restaurant, since it is a little difficult to get here. But at least now there's the possibility that they might. And so the vendors aren't just standing around doing nothing on my dime. Okay, so back to the deer. Oh, yes, I should check a few things before I make full decisions. Okay, I'm in the species data, which is exactly where I want to be. Let's see here. Neutral relation with humans. Guests can interact with these deer. I'm not going to be allowing people to interact with this deer, but it's interesting that they can. But it also means that I can use the wire mesh and the deer will not freak out. So I rather like that information. Okay, and while I'm at it, FALL, okay, there we are, European fallow deer. Those are not very pretty deer. I asked you to sort by appeal. That doesn't feel like sorting to me. Whatever. Well, I'm not too happy with these, so I'll wait. I am getting to build with wire mesh quite a bit today. But since I want to follow the curve, I think I'm gonna have to work in 2 meter. So this is gonna be interesting. I don't really want to use the Arctic wood. I think I should use something lighter. Oh, people are using the restaurant. Oh good, they did walk this far. Oh, hey, nearly every table in use, no less. Okay. Beautiful. Alright. But yeah, since the timber wolves are such a light wood, I should probably continue to use something fairly light in color, I think. I think wood probably is the way to go rather than stone. I don't really love using the metal. It would be tempting to use the dry stone. I do like the way it looks, but... I definitely will not be using the rustic stone because that's all over the snake garden and that's way too close. Let's see. Not the ice blocks. Not sandstone. Not the temple brick. I'm not a big fan of it in this application. Not the logs. Not the metal plank. Definitely not the mud. I'm actually leaning towards using the dry stone. It does look quite good with metal. Yeah, let's use the dry stone. Okay, so first things first, we make sure that this is a group by making this first piece a grid piece. Like that. And I'm going to use the 2x2 for this. I didn't get that as close to the edge as I thought I did. Is that the right height? Yes, okay. I'm just gonna do like that for now. And what I'll do is we'll go like this. Bring this right into the edge here. And I want it to be a bit shorter, so like that. And I would like this habitat to extend to like here. So that actually might be a bit further than I want to go. That's kind of where I want the staff path to be, in all honesty. I'll work that out when I get to it. But I just want to mark that because now I'm going to be down here in the trenches. Now, what I have found personally is that if I want to make the walls look semi-realistic, setting the angle snap to 15 is generally the way to go. But I don't think it's gonna work here because these curves are too curvaceous. So I'm just gonna do this freehand instead. Come on. Like this. But yeah, if you want to be doing things like mesh or that sort of stuff, and you don't want to lose your mind, you gotta work in 2-meter sections, because you start working in 1-meter sections, it's not gonna be a good time. But yeah, this is exactly how I did the fence around the snake garden. Was just taking it a section at a time, bending it as I needed to. It would be better if I could do this in 4-meter sections, simply because of the fact that I'm going to have to put pillars on every joint here, just to make things look right. But I mean, the other choice is to build a square enclosure and like put a path that bows across the square. I'm not sure I'd actually be able to do that with the way that this path curves though, so we're just gonna have to go with a curved enclosure. Which also means I think I'm going to be using the hexagon mesh because it's easier to believe that that mesh is being curved. This. I mean, I'm already having flashbacks to the Arctic fox enclosure. I do not intend to make this particular enclosure anywhere near that weirdness of shape. It's just going to be the viewing edge that's the weird shape. I'm going to be trying to do the back as straight a line as I can manage. Like that, like that way, this way. Now y'all can see exactly why I put down a block at the other end to tell me where I was going or where I was stopping, because I honestly can't see how much ground I've covered. Okay. It's mainly keeping the sucker off the path that's important. The closer I can be to the path, the better. But I don't want to be on the path. So the closest I can be to the path without going onto the path is the best place to be. That's a little too close though. Let's just bend this away just a little. Hello? Okay. I'm pretty sure this is the second box that I'm working my way alongside. I choose to hope that I'm at least, you know, halfway. Personally, I feel I get the best usable curves with the 2 meter, but man, does it feel like progress is slow. I'm getting there, though, right? I'm moving. I'm getting there. Things are happening. Okay. Oh, I'm getting towards the block that I set. Okay. Stop here just for a moment. Leave editing the group. Okay, that is pretty good actually. I am not upset with that. Okay, over here to paths. T-junctions, please. Now, if we have the staff path, just basically go off of this away. Yeah. There is no other reason for staff to be coming out here, so we're gonna put this like right at the Come on. Apparently that's as close as I can get, literally. Just pop that down there. Oh, right. And null barrier. Let's see. How well can I work with this? Looks like maybe pretty well. Like, if I do that, oh no, that's going on to the path. Okay. I mean, I can make it work, but it's also annoying. Yeah, we do like this. Or like this. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Calculating, calculating. So close and yet so far. That. Okay, okay. Can I work it that way? I think I can. It is really hard to see what I am doing here. Make that null. Make that null. Make that null. Good enough? Yeah. If that's the way it has to be in order to work with what I have here, that's the way it's gonna be. So I just need to somehow make this meet this. Okay. keep on trucking. Like that. And like this. So close. Like this, I think. Yes, like that. Yes, okay, okay. And then no, I don't want to go in sharply like that. No. Am I gonna have to build this as two groups? Please no. Let's see, like this. I think I'm gonna have to build this as two groups, which is really annoying, but is probably the only way I'm gonna get a diagonal wall going across the back here. Yeah, basically what I want is a wall that goes like this across the back. I may have to build this as multiple groups just to get the shape that I want. Okay, well, if that's what I gotta do, that's what I gotta do. like this. It's still gonna be a bit deep in the... This area is gonna be really deep if I do it like that. Feel like that? Okay. Okay, okay. Like that. Okay, it's gonna have to be like 3 groups, I think, because I want another line that goes across here. So, duplicate that like over here. Grab that, split it off, edit that group. Make a line that I know is too long. Sharper angle. Come on. Oh, so close. Too far. Maybe close enough? If I join those up there, does this... It does! Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Nope. Nope. Plan C. Line this up this way. Line it up that away. Like that, I guess? Okay, that is large, but it's narrow. And that is exactly what I'm going for here. Okay, let's get these suckers out of here. Now, I need intel. More intel. Let's see here. 4.125 feet. So if I make this as tall as that doorway currently is, it should be more than enough to keep the deer in. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Okay. Thankfully, the extra groups are all, what's the right word? Solid. The mesh is only going to be on the curvy edge, but that also means that the mesh is going to take an extra long time. So yeah, this piece is the one that gets all the mesh, so wait. I'm going about this in the wrong order. Oh, I was in the right group. Okay. Okay. Make sure the grid size is sitting in the right place. Make sure the grid height is sitting in the right place. This is the height that we are working with. So like this. There. Okay, now I know what height stuff is supposed to be. And then we run into the secondary problem. Let's go over here. I think this is probably a job for the support beams. Main problem being, like, I have this one. But I need a 2-meter one. Stone support. I think there's a fairly good chance that that is in fact a 2-meter one. But I need, I'm gonna have to do weird things to find out. So if I take this, it is very unfortunate that I am going to have to do this the incredibly slow way. Ah, well. So basically what I gotta do is go along and basically put in a layer of this all the way along and then raise it up. Unless I want to use... No, I don't want to use something that... I don't want to use something that thick because it's not going to look like it's able to stay up. So, yeah, it's going to have to be like this. This is going to be very time-consuming indeed. Okay, that one goes there like that. And I just grabbed the wrong one. Oh no. Oh yeah, this is gonna take a really long time. I'm very disappointed with myself and everything. And this isn't even counting whatever support columns I gotta put in here. Oh boy. Well, at least there's a 2-meter version of this. This doesn't seem right somehow. Did I heck up somewhere? Why are the corners not matching? Why are the corners not matching? Oh boy, what is going on here? Where did I heck up? Okay, I think I've recovered. Why do they have to make curves so difficult in this game? I feel like I ought to be able to just build a curved wall. And not a 90-degree curve either. Like, I can build curved fences if I wish to battle the system. Why can't I build a curved wall? That's not what I wanted at all. Ay, 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 ay. The things I do for aesthetics. Not the red. Wait, yes, the red. I have a feeling these ones are not going to match up. Oh boy. Why do they keep not matching up? I'm being so careful. Why is it not working? Why am I being punished? Okay. Like that. That might be a problem, but I'll figure it out when I get there. I was right, that is a little bit of a problem there. Okay, but I can take care of that. Just settle this more squarely in the middle-ish. So the idea here is build the enclosure, then put the barrier in, find out how much space I have, and figure out how many deer I get to have based on that amount of space. But first I gotta get this thing built. Which is, this is gonna be nicely lined up and stuff. How far do I have to go? Why did I look? How far have I been? I'm almost halfway? It's nice that people are coming to the restaurant. I find it hilarious that they're coming through the Timberwolves to do it. I mean, it is the existing shortcut, so it's hard to complain. but I do find it funny. Oh, you're hungry, kids? We'll just cut through the wolves and we'll go to the restaurant. I mean, it all works out for the best that way. You know, they learn something about wolves on their way to food. They also get food. The main problem then becomes the fact that there's like no bathrooms around here. The nearest bathrooms are through the wolves again. I have hecked up. Come on. There. Like that. Progress or something. Always progress or something. Mostly or something, but generally also progress. Like this. Okay. Line that sucker up that way. Line it up this way. On to the next one. Something feels weird about this one. Did I crunch this one more or something? And wrong one. Try again. There we go. Getting there, getting there. Oops, wrong one. And like that. Oh, the end is coming in sight. And then like that. This is very similar to the way that I am going to be putting the mesh in, except that it's not going to be quite so painful because the mesh will be the same width as the stone already, and I won't have to do all of this side-to-side stuff. I'm not going to have to rotate the mesh. There will be mesh that is the right size. Why do I keep hitting X again when I mean to reach for the green arrow? I don't know why my fingers are disobeying me. Still, I have more done than I have left to do. And that is a very good thing when you're talking about stuff this finicky. Okay. Oh, I'm so close. Yeah. Okay, let's bring this up here. Oh, what is going on here? I can't see the edge on this side. I guess that's close enough. Just make sure that it's nice and lined up. funny, I don't think I've heard my timber wolves for some time, even though I'm like right beside them. I know I'm not paused. I know why I'm not hearing people, because nobody's coming out here. But why am I not hearing my wolves? Oh, because they're kind of being drowned out by the music. Oh, okay. Okay. Like that. Oh, I hear the train. Is just about right there. Oh, 2 left. Just 2. The end is in sight. I am definitely not getting the deer in today. Not with this finicky stuff I'm having to do. But the plan is to have deer. Eventually. Sooner or later. Okay, and then I'm going to do one more of these, but with this. Like that. I just think that's going to make the corner better. And I'll do another one like that on the other side so that they match. Oh, except it's going to be a little more difficult on this side. Okay. Well, I'll do it this way then. Like that. Like that. Was it visible on the outside? No. No, it was not. Okay. So yeah, neatly tucked. Like this. Yeah, I can't make this corner as clean as the other one, but... Okay, then what I do is... come along here, And select all of those blocks that I just so carefully placed. And we raise them up carefully. And does that match? It do. Why is it a little high on that side, but perfect on the other side? We'll live with it. Like that. Yeah, we're looking good here. Okay, okay. Then we move away from the stone support and we go back to the fence. Now, generally speaking, my preference would be to use the square mesh. But I wonder, no, I really want to use the square mesh. And what I need is well, there isn't a 2x4, so I'm going to have to work with the 2x2. And what we do is very similar to the blocks that I was just working with here. Duplicate. I'm just going to part this so that I can pay attention. And I want this to be a more silver wire, so more like that. And see, like this. And like this. And then we just continue onward. Making sure to line up the lines. And yep, I'm gonna need some form of pillar at each corner, and that is a problem I'm gonna leave for future Foxwine, because current Foxwine is probably only going to get the mesh on here. Any place where the corners don't meet neatly, I'm gonna have to put some form of column. Which, bleh, but necessary. Now, why can't I get these to line up properly unless I do like this? Weird. I'm not sticking out the top, am I? No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, temporarily putting the tables in at the restaurant was definitely the right thing to do. I am gonna have to put in a wall along here. Well, I'm gonna like build, so we'll see what happens, but yeah, there needs to be something between the people and the train. But yeah, problems for future foxwine. Current foxwine has enough problems. So yeah, we just continue along here. Generally speaking, I prefer this mesh. I feel it's easier to see through. Can't use it for everything though. Like, I wouldn't use it for the owls, because it just seemed like it was so big that an owl might be able to squeeze through it, if it were a small owl, or perhaps a cygnet. Oh no, wait, small baby owls are owlets, not cygnets. Cygnets are swans. You know, just for the novelty, I should have started at the other end and worked my way this way. Oh well. The nice thing about doing this way, though, is that I know that this mesh is perfectly centered on the stone. What are you folks looking at? Why are you walking so slowly when you're in my way? Like that. This is easier than glass, in a way, but it's also much more finicky than glass, because glass you don't have to line up the mesh. Like, you don't have to line up the lines horizontally, only vertically. Okay. This is faster than doing the stone things that are now the top, though, at least. Since they only have to go vertically. I think I may have hecked up lining that up. Oh, no, I didn't. I just thought I had. Okay. Yeah, somebody there is doing the toilet dance. I don't have anywhere to put a toilet over here. It's gonna have to be over there. But there is a toilet just over here, so they can like go through the timber wolves and go. So as long as they don't mind going through the timber wolves. As long as. The hard part is going to be putting in the metal on top and bottom. Because it's going to be another one that, like the stones on the top, is going to come in oriented the wrong way. Unless... Question is, can I use the stones at the top to orient it in the correct direction? Because they're nominally sideways. That will definitely be something to check. Because if I can do it from the top and then duplicate it down to the bottom... Mystic, hello! Good evening! Welcome back to the stream. You have caught me while I'm working on my fencing. And contemplating what else I need to do for my fencing, because, like, this is lovely, but it does lack a little bit of, support. And I mean, while it is lovely that the game will hover all this rock for me, it does make me a little nervous to have all this rock hovering. Just making the Commonwealth map. Oh, so that scrawl on the notebook pad is not the final map? Oh, color me surprised. Not at the right angle to be able to see if I've actually got this lined up. There we go. Okay. There we go. Made the map in 5 minutes while on lunch. Ah, yes, yes. Time-honored tradition, that. Just keep lining it up, keep lining it up, keep lining it up. Like that. I have a feeling that I haven't been lining this up perfectly. Because this is looking a little thick over here. Oh, things just happened. Oh dear, what did I do? Moving along. Nothing is misaligned. Nothing is wrong. I don't have to go back and redo the whole thing. Nope, nope. I'm gonna put a pillar in there and we'll never know they're misaligned. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like I've risen slightly over the course of doing this. Probably because I'm trying to do it in a hurry. Map I'm currently making is better suited for D&D, plus the website I'm using I can also create battle maps. Oh, I see. Yeah, that will make it easier. Putting a grid on the original one that you drew, it would be, what's the right word? Excruciating? I think excruciating would be the right word. Like this. I'm putting in fences so that my deer will not escape. Not that I have deer yet, but you know, I plan to have deer, and that's the important thing. The intended deer. No, wait, that sounds like I'm gonna marry them. Future deer. So my future deer will not escape. I am now facing backwards and cannot see how much I have left to do. I want to look, but on the other hand, I'm not sure if I want to know how much more I have left. I'm gonna look. Oh! Oh, I'm closer than I thought I was. Ha ha! I'm tired of building grid franchise maps, I said. I'm gonna make this one all curvy, I said. It'll be fine, I said. Curvy. All my franchise maps are grid maps, just because it's easier. You know, build nice square enclosures, right angle corners. But it really, it ends up looking really institutional. And I wanted to like make I wanted to make a map that had some art to it. I wanted to make a zoo that was, well, it didn't look like a whole bunch of boxes. But that does mean that I spend an awful lot of time doing stuff like this. Because curves are my enemy. They end up looking awesome, but they are my enemy. And I honestly do not know how I'm going to be doing the support columns on this. Oh, there's only like 3 more. I can do it. And then I have a test to run. Like this. That. Let's see, that's 4. 3. 2. Sorry, that, no wait, yeah, 2. No, I counted wrong, and now that's 0 when I was gonna say 1, and I'm very sad about this particular corner being the way that it is. What a terrible place to put a column. Okay, let's try this. If I duplicate this one and I dump a marquee beam. Victory is mine. Oh, hallelujah, I am saved. I can do it from the top. Ha ha! Oh man, that is a relief. Okay, that is going to be a massive amount of finicky work, which I don't think I'm going to subject the stream to. I'm going to do that off stream. We'll get those nice metal bars in, and we'll figure out the support columns in the next stream, is what I'm thinking. Although, oh, now that I think about it, like, I have... Is this the default color of the marquee beam, or... I don't know if this is the default color or not. I mean, it's a color that matches the fence, which leads me to believe that maybe this isn't. Ugh. That means I don't want to let go of this group before doing the whole thing. Darn it. Sorry, folks, you are going to have to see some of the tedious stuff. Because I don't want to have to reset the color on this sucker. Let's see here. Make sure I grab the right beam. Because yeah, if I grab the 4-meter beam, we're gonna have a problem. Alright. Just keep going, just keep doing. The main problem is having to do this one at a time. If I could just do it in a batch, that would be perfect, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. If I batch select and then, like, say, change to this thing, it'll only change one. Very annoying. It'll change one and it'll drop the others, so I'm left with very little choice but to do it one at a time, because that's just what I have to do. And since there's like 30 something of these little beams... Oh, this mesh is wrong. We need to move that down. Like that, so that it's inside. Whoops, wrong one. That one. Oh, all my floating stone. You'd think that this would get faster with practice, but no. Moving things by 3 pixels at a time is not made faster by practice. I swear, am I drifting up or something? What is happening here? Why is it getting thinner? Don't mind me while I doubt my own reality. I do really enjoy this game. I do really enjoy building things in this game, but sometimes I know it's not very interesting watching me build things in this game. Let's make sure to use the 2-meter one. I know why I have all the different lengths of the marquee beam selected, but oh boy, this is really making this hard on myself. Still, I can hear the restaurant and I can see the bridge, so I must be most of the way. So I'm almost there. Whoa, whoa, living on a prayer. Okay, okay. Yeah, I can hear the people talking to each other at the restaurant now. It's Thank goodness I remembered that I had to rotate all of these top ones. Saved myself a lot of heartache and headache there. Oh. An oversight. A mistake. A thing I forgot to do. Well, the deer are definitely escaping from this pen. Okay, I only have the 2 meter selected. Of course I do. Oh. I need the 4x4 panel. That one. And then bring this down like this. There we go. Okay, and then 4 meter marquee beam. Like that. And then for the hard part, going along and selecting the beam, and only the beam. And making sure that I've gotten every single one of these little metal I will prevail. I will triumph. I will not crack up, for I am already cracked. Oh, this is much harder. Why is it such a narrow bead on this side? How was I so inconsistent? Show me the beam! Did I not do that one? I didn't do that one. Oh no. Oh well. I've got these ones. I'm not gonna let them go just to do that one. Okay. Duplicate an advanced move. Bring them down like this. Nice, 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 nice. Whee! Oh wait, there is one there. Oh, concern it. Why are they like this? Like, why is it so shallow here when I made sure? Are these things not flat or something? Because they're supposed to be. Well, whatever. Okay. Support columns I'm gonna have to figure out for the places where the mesh looks weird, like right here, which is unfortunate because, well, this is very close to this. It ought to be supported already, so it's kind of annoying. But it's also, it's unrealistic that there would be this much of an expanse with nothing. Nothing at all. So I'm gonna have to work something out. But this is pretty good progress, I'd say. Hopefully this isn't too deep. I worry about the people being able to see into the back corner. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably fix this before I forget about it. Duplicate and advanced move. Bring that sucker up here. Yes, this corner is very weird. It's where nobody will ever see it though. Like that's the back end of the zoo there. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Like this is the edge of the zoo. Nobody is coming back here. We're going to be continuing these tree things this way. So it'll be fine. It'll all be fine. Everything's fine. But yeah. Definitely gonna have to figure out support columns, but I'm gonna leave that to future Foxwine. She's good at figuring that sort of stuff out. Better than current Foxwine anyway. Still, I think I did a pretty good curve here. So we need to finish the fallow deer pen, which I'm going to put on the list. Fallow deer pen. And finish the restaurant, which is gonna need a name. Like this is a temporary measure, especially with the the tables and the long grass here. Who really wants to sit down at a table where the grass is as tall as the table is? In fact, if you look very closely, you can see some of the grass is coming through the table. So this restaurant, I'm going to build a building around it, which is going to be another curve because I'm going to curve it along the railway tracks here. And I think I'm going to give it a second floor as well. Even though it'll end up being taller than the timber walls, I think it'll be fine. But yeah, it's for a place that is very out of the way and has no animals to look at. This is a very popular restaurant. I mean, yes, they're the timber wolves right there, but still, I'm gonna need a name for this restaurant. I'm gonna need a fence. I'm gonna put that on the list too. Railway fence by Timberwolves. The grass adds some style to the area. Yeah, I mean, sure, but you don't really want to sit in it, do you? I wouldn't want to sit in it. Like, especially some of these people are in shorts. That's just something touching your legs all the time while you're eating. Unpleasant. Very unpleasant. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is, like, this part is going to be an enclosed area, and then I will have like an open area on the second floor that will be open air. But once again, that's a future Foxwine project. Current Foxwine still has a lot of things to do, and there's a lot of plants still to be put in places. Like, this area is much better than it used to be, but it's still not great. And also, let me take this. There's one there, but I feel like I should... Oh, there's also one there. Okay. Huh. I guess I did put in bins. Go me. Never mind then. We have bins, we have a couple of street lights. I hadn't put any in here yet because I hadn't actually finished off this bridge, so I'm just gonna put that on the list too. Timber, wolf, railway, bridge. And I'm going to have to move this tower as well. Let's do that now, because now that we're like this, yeah, this has to be there. Basically, I'm using the tower to mark where I'm not moving the railway tracks anymore. So I'm going to... Oh dear, I'm on one. Okay, I'm going to mow the grass around here a little. And once the train has gone by, unfortunately, the game will not give me a gravel texture, which is a great sadness to my heart. So I just put dirt under the train instead of the gravel that should be there. There. So basically I've kind of set this area now. So I can't really move the train track because I have this power generator here, and things are set up exactly so that the people on the train are not irritated by the power generator. So I can't really move the track around that area because otherwise the train will be going through the red. Not a good thing. Some sort of animal is going in here. I haven't decided yet which one, but we know what size of area we're talking about. And actually, I should raise this up a little. I had it very close to the ground because I was looking at it, but for actual, like, building purposes, I need to have it up there. So that's a smaller animal that goes in there, but I haven't decided which one. Eventually there will be a food court here with a toilet, because the nearest toilet is on the other side of the timber wolves. I of course have some more displays of animals to build. Oh my. There's still so much to do over here. I thought I was going to be able to go and start working on the central area again soon, but with so many plants still to be put in. I did get this area of the snake garden done to my liking, though. I wonder, do I want to take the time to try to do another area of the snake garden? Like, I could try to figure out something for this weirdly shaped little area. Let's see. Whoop. I don't want something white, because I've got a lot of white going on back here. I don't really want to shoot the white into here. So we want a color. The aloe vera is striking, but I don't think that it's going to work here. It doesn't go very well with the with the roses back there. I just used the alpine facella, not all that far away, really. I wonder, maybe I should put a tree in here? It would make it so that there's less space to fill. Let's see. Not the bamboo. I'm not into the bamboo. This beech tree is too big. That beech tree is way too big. This beech tree also seems a bit large. I worry that, like, putting something big right here is gonna unbalance stuff. It's tempting, but I don't think that this is the tree. Like, putting in something bigger-ish? I could put in another one of the fake black willows. No, I don't think any of these is actually gonna work here. Not bramble. Probably not the Brazil nut. They tend to be... Like, even if you get one of the smaller trees, the canopy does tend to be... Although, maybe if I do it that way? Okay, you know what? Let's go with that. It's been so long since I've used a Brazil nut. They're so overwhelming. Let's see. What to put under this tree? I'm still thinking like some sort of color, but I just don't know. Like, I can't put in anything too spiky like this because it's going to end up looking kind of odd against the fluffy. So even though those are very brightly colored, I'm not sure that the dry creosote bushes work either. Desert ironwood is kind of pink, but I don't know that I can make it work around the base of a tree. The dwarf cornels are quite nice, but then we're going back to the white problem. And they also don't come in any irregular patches. They're all in these perfect circles. A little difficult to work with sometimes. There's the fairy fan flower, but I might be able to get this to work. But it's definitely going to need to be combined with something. If I used a ginkgo... No, ginkgos make terrible bushes. I mean, there's also the goldenrod, which does kinda go with the roses. I can make it shorter. Question is, would that be too similar to all the foxgloves? I'm not sure if I want to put the goldenrod and the foxgloves that close together because they're very similar that way. But do I have a place that touches the roses? You know, that gives me some interesting ideas. I'm gonna pop those down there. I think the spiky flowers with the spiky plant will look very interesting. Orchids, I just don't think they can hold their own against the tree. There is the holly, which makes half-decent bushes, but once again, not sure about putting bushes against bushes. Not the hydrangeas, they're just too put together. I need something that will to break up the fairy fans, because if I just make a solid line of fairy fans, it's gonna be unfortunate. That's not terrible, but I don't know if I love it. But I'll put it there just on the thought. Lobster claws, I think we're going back to the... Yeah, this does not go. Manzanita? Not with the fairy fans, no. I could go back to the Nataria to reduce, well, not the dry version. Like if I use this... No, that's the wrong color of green to be going with the fairy fan if I end up using the fairy fan, which is starting to look more and more likely. Papyrus sedge. You know, not something that I have actually used. I think it looks really neat. But I think it's gonna need like a larger area than that. What if I think it needs an area that doesn't have a tree in it. We'll try it over here, maybe. Periwinkle. No, it's too low. Much, much too low. Pincushion flowers. You know, if we combine these three things, I might be getting somewhere. Yeah, the pink is definitely better than the red with the fairy fan. Scaviola, I think... I don't think it's quite the right color, although that is a very interesting look going on there. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with the three that I have laid out here. But I'm gonna see if there's a bigger fairy fan. Is that the biggest fairy fan? Indeed it is. Oh boy. Okay, like this. Don't mind me while I just paper over this hole. If I do this right, then the eye, by which I mean my eye, will just glaze right over the fact that there is a dip there. But I gotta do this right. So the first trick is a very dense covering of the fairy fan. And because that is a very intense experience, coming through and breaking it up with the ferns and I think they were pincushion flowers? Head to bed. All right, Mystic. Very nice having you stop by. Sleep well. But yes, the current plan is to get this area with its flowers all done. And then I will call the stream. And I need smaller fairy fan flowers. Can I fit mediums into the spaces I've got? Yes, I can. My rule of thumb is to always use the biggest thing that you can get away with. It'll save your frame rates, amongst other things. Okay. And then we shove small ones into the spaces that the medium were too big for. Especially along the edges. Oh my goodness, that wind is really picking up outside. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about that. So then what I do is come along with this pincushion flower. Set this so that it is just inside. And then we just throw it around everywhere like confetti. Make sure it covers everything and everywhere. And be careful that I'm not having any pincushion flowers come up through the path, because that would look very strange indeed. But let's see, have I gotten... Oh, I missed a spot. That's what I was checking. Definitely missed a spot, like right around here. Yeah, that looks good. I do think I need to come in with a few more fairy fans along the fence here, though. There's the small one. Because we've got some significant holes here. Not holes in the ground like what I'm trying to cover up in the other spot, but, you know, holes through which large amounts of grass can be seen. There. I feel much better about that. Okay, and then we come along with the lady fern. Just enough to be poking out of everything. Like that. To give us more coverage where we need it over the hole. And then just keep extending it so that my papering over the hole doesn't stand out. Now I could recolor the ground to dirt through here and have things look a little better, but it will make the places where the hole is, like the spot where the hole in the ground that I have everything floating over, really stand out, and that is not what I'm going for here. Yeah, the idea here is that I'm using the lady ferns to darken and to cause all of this purple to be less blinding. And because the lady fern is such a dark green, it really gives your eyes a place to, like, it gives you a bit of a visual rest from all of the pale, bright colors that are going on with the flowers. so that then you end up with much more of a, shall we say, marbled experience? Like so. And then I take my sample flowers away, and there we go. Another area complete. And with any luck, people walking by it are going to be, wow, this is pretty. With any luck. If y'all are hungry, you should go to the... Why do you keep going around in circles? Why are you going to the fox when you're hungry? I mean, my foxes are glorious, but they won't feed you. Well, whatever. They'll feed themselves. There's food right here. Ah, well. They'll figure it out. But yeah, we are definitely making some good progress on the snake garden here. There is significantly more garden than grass these days. And over here, you can't even tell there's a hole in the ground anymore. One moment. Too much. Just right. Let's just bring this over here. Much better. So I will be extending this forest thing along this way, just not yet. Oh, and I should do one more check. Do we have a particularly gorgeous male in here? No, although I do really like the name of that young deer that's up at the top there. You know what? We're gonna take... I think we're gonna take Tintin here. Red-brown coat with white spots and black markings. Ooh, very infertile. Very infertile. Can I... No, I can't get rid of these guys unless I send them to the zoo. That's really annoying. I bought too many foxes. I was greedy. It doesn't matter that he's not fertile because I'm not breeding them. What matters is whether or not he's pretty. And I mean, he's red. Yeah, let's this shall be our male, Tintin. Okay. We know that we need one male, and then we're gonna need a herd of females. But how many is that herd? We will find out. So I have to finish the fallow deer pen. I have to finish the restaurant. I have to come around here. Okay, no climbing there, but yeah, turn off the climbing here. Okay, so we'll just do a check to make sure that nobody is trapped in the wolf pen. I'm not sure how I'd be able to tell. Perhaps a happiness check. Let's see here. Well, these folk are spectacularly happy. I don't think they're stuck. Then again, is that me? Am I stuck? I think I am. Yep, I was stuck. The main problem here is that I need the garbage cans, because otherwise people just spray garbage on the paths in here, and it's awful. But they keep getting stuck on the garbage cans. Maybe if I just, like, move them away from the corners? Like, maybe it's the fact that they're right on the corners that is the problem. Experimentation. I mean, what are you guys... Okay, you're looking at the Timberwolves. Oh, yeah, so you are. You've made some unusual choices, but yeah, you can sure see the Timberwolves from where you're standing. This zoo is great. Okay. So, I know the train's been running, so I shouldn't have any particularly unhappy people trapped in the train stations. People are taking care of their happiness. Oh, wait. There are some people who are in the red. Why are they in the red? Did they arrive that way? Oh. Hello? Oh. You stepped in rubbish and you really need to pee. But you're also very thirsty? The fact is, there's a toilet, like, right in the food court, so I don't know what the problem is. So that one really needs to pee. So does this one. And he's heading to pee. Oh, what a surprise. These people are just walking further and further away from where they could possibly be relieved. It mystifies me. But also, they're stepping in trash? I mean, that was quote-unquote 3 months ago, so one would hope that it has been cleaned up by now, but... Oh. There's a garbage can right there. What the heck? Okay. We're just gonna pause for a moment here. My caretakers are all so underworked. Philomena. Oh, you're over here. Okay, that's no good. One of my... Wait a minute. High workload on the Snake Garden tour? But only one. What the heck? Also, wait a minute. All of my Snake Garden tour guides are on break at the same time? No, wait, no, they're commuting, They just, oh right, because their staff room is a rec room, right, okay. Alright, moving along, back to the caretakers. Let's find one who's closer to the arachnid house. Chance. Where are you? You are also over here. I don't care. Come with me, Chance, if you want to live. Of all the places for there to be trash. Chance? Where... It needs to be cleaned? Aha! He spotted the litter. Okay. Of all the places for there to be litter, it was right in front of the arachnid house. Where so many people are walking. Let's see, is there any more litter? It is really hard to pay attention around all the staff buildings. But I'm not seeing any more litter. Good. Good. Back to happiness. One yellow person in the Timberwolves, but I don't think anybody's trapped anymore. What is your problem? No, not you. Well, you really need to go to the bathroom. You're close. You're so close. You're nearly there. See, this is why you shouldn't bring your children to the night zoo. I've got a lot of places that serve coffee. But yeah, why did you wait until your need was 9% before you went to the bathroom? Come on, go to the washroom, come on. Stop getting hung up on the other people. Yes, all my toilets are free. And now you are no longer red. My toilets aren't actually all that far apart, I swear. Oh, and we have... Hello, what is your problem? I don't know what your problem is. Except that you seem to have been waiting in line for a year? I think maybe I should make my steam trains run faster. I think maybe I should do that. Let's see here. Ticket price is obscenely low. How do I make it go faster? Ah, there we go. I wanted it to go a bit slower because it goes by so many of the... Perhaps if we double the speed of the train? Oh. I am not sure if that's the right decision, but I also think that I should be making the tickets a little more expensive. I'm gonna bump this up to $2. Double the price! I'm not 100% sure that this is the right decision. But, well, doubling the price so that it's $2 to ride the train, that's fine by me, and it should be fine by my guests. But I don't know, making the train that much faster. 16 was definitely too slow, but I think 30 might be a little too fast. So let's take it down to 25. A little more expensive, but also a little faster. So that hopefully people will not be trapped in line forever anymore. I only have 2 trains. Okay, so I'm guessing that one guy is very unhappy because he's been waiting for the train for a year. Because I don't see anything else that that particular guest should be unhappy about. Like energy, hunger, thirst, toilet needs, all good. Education, excellent. Has nothing but happy things to say. Let's see. Spent too much time walking is... But yeah, hopefully the happiness will go up once this guy's actually on the train, maybe? So everybody gets off the train, not hurrying at all. And that's when the gates open. And now is on the train. See, the people getting on the train, they run. They're in a hurry. The people getting off the train, they're in no hurry. Queued for small steam train for a really long time. Yeah, that you did. But now you're on it, and your happiness is definitely rising. Ooh, look at that happiness ticking up. Already gotten to orange from red. These folk just really needed the bathroom. Yeah, the queue for the rides is really, really long, and I only have the 2 trains because I only have the 2 train stations. So I think speeding up the train is the answer. When I have more stations, I can possibly slow it down again a bit, because then I'll have more trains, because I'll have a train per station. But so yeah, this guy is riding the train and has already achieved orange in happiness from red. Why are y'all red? That's an excellent question. There's no particular reason. They're just unhappy. They've hardly done anything. Well, they've walked a lot. I've given the people lots of places to sit. Like, nobody's using these. But that was a while ago? Is viewing the grizzly bear making them any happier? I'm not seeing it. Oh, I think they gained a percent. Yeah, they're gaining percentages from viewing the grizzly bear, because the grizzly bear area is really nice. Like, very happy grizzly bears, very beautiful environs. Wish I could have stayed longer to see the red panda. Hold on. When did you... You didn't even say anything about the red panda. You saw animals on the small steam train. You went to the badger, you went to the brown kiwi, went to the grizzly bear. And they have given up on being happy and they're going home. Okay, bye! Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Okay, yeah, there does seem to be a bunch of unhappiness associated around the steam train. I think probably because of the incredibly long wait. Hopefully speeding up the train will help with the wait. Honestly, there really isn't much of a line for the main station. Actually, there's no line. The entire line is at the East Station. Huh. Yeah, with the faster train, they don't really get to enjoy the animals quite as much when they go by them. But, yeah, the line at the East Station is pretty bad. Okay, happiness. Energy! We've still got random patches of energy. I have benches just scattered around all over the place, so if they have issues, there's lots of places to sit. Hunger is more of a thing. Like, people waiting for the train are quite hungry. There is quite a bit of hunger out at that end of the zoo. Over here, I have a food court that's taking care of it, but I don't actually have any food places over here. Something to bear in mind when I'm building the stuff through here is to put in some food and probably some drink. Thirst is always greater than hunger. Yeah, that's what that's for. I am seeing thirst problems. There's always thirst problems. Would y'all buy a drink? Yes, buy a drink. Do the thing. Yeah, I always have more red thirst than I have red hunger in all of my zoos. I can never seem to keep up with how thirsty these people get. It looks like the majority of people who are in dire are actually heading for or at a drink station. So I still don't have enough, but yeah, okay. We're not looking too bad on the toilet situation. Except for this individual here. Is that me again? Hold on a moment. That's like a single person with my hairdo. Nope, nope, that's somebody else. Okay. Oh, thank you for your comments on the medium amount of thought I obviously put into this. I put a lot of thought into this. Hashtag conservation. Going to have a toilet emergency. Well, go... Yes, go to the toilet. It's right, it's straight ahead. Just keep going. It's right next to this line right here. Go. Be relieved. Can't wait to try small steam train. That's great. Go to the bathroom. Always pee before you get in line for the rides. There we go. Man, these people, they put this off so long. Including the folks who are like, look at these people just sauntering in a sort of weird, sort of diagonal path thing. Like, these folks probably aren't. Yep. Finding a bin. Okay. Once you've found a bin, okay, yeah, you go to the bathroom. Alright, good. Like, there should be a bunch of people who are orange or red on toilet needs right around this area, because this is the bathroom. This is where the toilet is. It's the ones like these folk that worry me, because I don't have one around here. There's that one over there is the nearest one. And they're going into the house. So what I really need is, I think I need to put in another mini food court over here. Like by the train tracks here. Food, drink, toilet. I think. That will mean moving a whole bunch of stuff, though. Like, if I put a food court here, then I can't put this enclosure here. The enclosure is going to have to move further down the path that doesn't exist yet. And I still need to... I need to have a path that goes, like, from here over this way. And probably up and over the, like, this way, over the train tracks and back this way. But without knowing where the train tracks are going to be over there, I can't do that. But I can't build this enclosure until I have a viewing path. Negative impact on guests. I could hop the train track here. Like, if I just... Like, if I hopped the train track over here and then went up the hill... I mean, I'd have to move all of this stuff here, but... Because I know that the zoo goes over this way from the train tracks, at least a little bit. But yeah, I haven't worked out this end of the zoo very much, but if I got a path started through here, then I could put the food court off the path. Let's see. 8. Not the rustic path, the stone slate path. If I go like this, why won't it go closer to the station? Okay, so then if I'm like come across here, oh, ah, wrong button. Is that at all centered? Is the main question. I do not want curved slopes. I think what I want is to back this path up a little. Whoops, wrong way. Like this. Oh boy. think this is gonna have to be another weird bridge. This is fascinating in the weird behavior that's going on here. No, I don't want to be burrowing into the ground. I do not like what that one's doing at all. I'm very confused about what's going on here. Oh yeah, I hate this. Oh boy, come on, come on. Come on. Why? It's gonna insist upon being ugly no matter what I do, and I don't know why. What even is going on here? Oh yeah, I'm very confused. I was hoping to have an enclosure here with viewing, but I don't think that's possible anymore. Not with what's going on here. Oh dear. I really can't go over the train tracks there. Oh, you're not a staff member. I may have to rethink a lot of my plans for the zoo. As I would like to have an enclosure here, because it's a really good use of the space. But how do I have viewing for the enclosure if I can't send a path over there? Huh. The best way I could send a path over there is by sending it like up the hill on the easier slope and like running it along the path of the train tracks on this side. But then I have so much wasted space down here. Like I could maybe like have promenade off over the exhibit? But yeah, coming out on a path over here, very bad plan, especially one with the people trying to see the badgers. I may still put a food court there, but yeah, this I'm not going up alongside the train station there. A conundrum. A problem for future Foxwine. That area of the zoo is probably going to be one of the last ones being worked on, simply because, well, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I gotta get this stuff built, particularly this. So that I know where the lake is, and then there's a lot of building around the lake and another train station. And then this section of the zoo finally gets finished. because I honestly have no idea where the train tracks are going to be running until I build a bunch of stuff. Like, especially, I hate this hump right here. Something needs to be done about that. But yeah, I need to work on the eastern section of the zoo here so that I can then work on the central section so that I know where the heck the lake is. I know it's around here somewhere, but I don't know where yet because I haven't built enough things. So many glorious plans for this zoo. I'm still going to be working on this zoo come next October. Mark my words. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save right here. And this is where I'm going to pick up next week. And I will finish off this pen. We'll get some vertical supports in here for the mesh area and acquire some more deer, because man, I do not have enough deer. Although I think Marya here is very pretty, even though she's very small. Welcome to the zoo, Marya. I know that I'm going to have at least 3 deer in here because that's what make the deer happy. So whenever I see a particularly pretty deer, they're going to join my flock. At least until I reach 3. Why did I have 2 Tintins there for a moment? Nicola is also very pretty. Ooh, and a different color than the others I've gotten. Okay. That's at least 3 deer who are reasonably pretty. So that is a good start. I'm probably going to have room for more than 3 deer here, but I know that 3 is the minimum. And I won't know exactly how many deer until I actually make this into an enclosure and not just a floating door. But I need to get the support columns in here. I need the habitat boards. I'm adding this to my list. And speakers, of course. Yeah, okay. And I also have to make some decisions as to how a rounded restaurant is going to work roof-wise. Probably a flat roof, like the Arctic foxes, but we'll see. So, like I said, I'm going to pause. I'm going to save because I have done so much work. Get that saved. And this is where I'm going to be calling it a night because I have run obscenely late. So it is definitely time for me to go. But good news, if you just can't get enough of me building in the Nocturne Zoo, you can find my previous streams on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in chat. All of my previous Planet Zoo Nocturne building streams are in that channel in the Planet Zoo playlist, so you can have many hours worth of joy watching me argue with the camera and the rotation tools, which is most of what I do when I'm building. It's how I get my fun. And you know, if you are interested in things that I've streamed that aren't Planet Zoo, well, all my other streams are also archived on my YouTube channel, which makes it very easy. And I will be back again on Wednesday night, starting at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a game. I'll be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest possible number of participants. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number, because it is 4 players or less. It's basically a board game that's our Anime Mario Party. Glorious chaotic madness occurs. Or if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice but not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we pull out Scribble It, which is a Pictionary style game where one person draws and everyone else guesses, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins. Then on Wednesday, when my friends abandoned me because apparently you need to sleep at night in order to be awake in the morning, supposedly, well, they leave me alone, usually around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, and that is when I will be switching over to Power Wash Simulator. I will be continuing on the career path, washing whatever they've put in front of me, and oh boy, have they put something in front of me. As far as I remember, the next thing to wash is a subway station. It is horrifying in the thumbnail. I'm sure it's even worse in person, and I'm going to make it be clean on this upcoming Wednesday, so there will be the glorious sound of running water, me asking why rust exists, and the glorious dopamine-inducing dings of things finally being clean. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday. And in Oxygen Not Included, the search for hydrogen continues. Yes, I can make hydrogen by making oxygen, but I kinda want to find a hydrogen vent and also explore more of my biome, so I'm hoping to kill 2 birds with the same stone, explore my asteroid and maybe find a hydrogen vent so that I don't have to make hydrogen, maybe, because that's going to take a lot of power that I don't actually have. So yeah, that's the plan or the hope for Oxygen Not Included, and as well, you know, just building things and making sure that the colony progresses. I am working my way towards space, but it's hard when I don't have the hydrogen to cool things down. So we will see how that goes. And then next Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to be... I'm not sure actually what I'm going to be doing. There is an NPC for me to talk to, and I don't know how that conversation is going to go. I do not know if this guy is hostile to me or if he's neutral to me. I doubt he's friendly, but I'm hoping he's neutral. I would like to not fight him if I could, but we'll see. Unfortunately, he does appear to have been doing things that I don't approve of, which means I may end up fighting him, and I've already had quite a few fights today, but we'll see how it goes, knock on wood. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where I'm going to finish this deer pen and hopefully get some deer in it, and continue working on finishing out the eastern section of the zoo so that I can turn my attention to the central regions. So that is the plan, both large and small, for everything that I intend to be streaming this week, at least the ones that I can plan for. Everything I intend to do, everything that I intend to play. Woohoo! And you know, whether or not I have a plan, whether or not I follow the plan, whether or not I go completely off plan and start doing something else like I did tonight, I still have fun. And I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have, and I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!